Hey, good morning, everybody. Day two of Hannover Fair. I think everybody looks a little tired around here, but I'm delighted to be joined today in my cottage by Faisal Kazi, Faisal is the CEO of Siemens Canada. So welcome to the cottage. Welcome to the cabin.
Thank you, Jay. Thank you. It's great to be with you.
Yeah, well, thanks. So Faisal, Siemens is such a big presence around the world, certainly here in Hannover, but for many, many years also in Canada. So tell us a little bit about, well, not just about Siemens, but about Siemens Canada.
Yeah, absolutely, Jay. So, as you know, Siemens is a global technology company. We have products and solutions in almost all the sectors, be it infrastructure, healthcare, industry, transportation, and we take pride in bringing, the real world and the virtual worlds together. That means the hardware and the software together to create value for our customers. So the company operates in 190 countries, 320,000 employees, and it was formed in 1847, so more than 176 years ago. And the two main elements of the company is, one, we are very social in a way that we want to create social impact, positive impact. We call it business to society. So everything we do, we want to measure what is the impact on society. Secondly, the lifeblood of the company is innovation. So we spend around, like last year, we spent 6.2 billion euros. That's about 9 billion Canadian dollars on research and development, which results in more than 5,000 inventions a year. So if you look now, it will be like 20 inventions every day. So talking about Siemens Canada, we have been there since 1912.
Wow.
Actually, we have played a significant role in shaping the technological landscape of the country. In fact, already in 1874, Siemens laid the first telegraph line between Canada and Ireland. That was the first digital connection between North America and Europe. At that time, they said it's connecting the old and the new worlds. And since then, we have been part of many firsts. We had the first light rail system in Canada, in Alberta is from Siemens, the first long-distance telephone network, the first pantograph charger in North America. So the history goes on. So we're about 4,200 employees in 33 offices, coast to coast, serving the Canadian sectors.
Well, as you know, I've worked with Siemens for many, many years, and
Yes.
Can vouch for the leadership of Siemens. But also, things have changed a lot. The technology is moving so quickly. Siemens is a leader in Industry 4.0.
Yeah.
But when we started talking about Industry 4.0 10 years ago, it has changed so much, and this concept of the digital twin, the digitization and the reality here has really become, the forefront of everything around advanced manufacturing here. But and you've attended Hannover for many years too. So how have you seen things change, even over the last few years, in terms of technology here, and where do you see things going over the next 5 years?
Yeah. So Jay, you're right. Technology is changing really, really fast. And since the last 5-6 years, you talked about the digital twin. So digital twin has made a real impact on the industry. So what is a digital twin? Digital twin is basically a virtual model of an actual factory. So basically, you can design products and even factories in the virtual world. You can test them, you can optimize them, and we have seen a huge impact from the digital twin into the industry. So digital twin is already a reality. We are doing it. Most of the car manufacturers use digital twins to design their cars, the aerospace and industries. So now what comes next? And that's exactly what we are showcasing in our booth this year. We bring it to the next level, and we call it the industrial metaverse. And I want to say, when people hear about the metaverse, everybody's thinking about the gaming industry, because that's where the metaverse is coming. That is a virtual fantasy world where you can go in and it's all about fun. You can play games, you can do different things. But the industrial metaverse is different, and I personally say that's a more valuable thing because the gaming industry is the metaverse. Our kids spend so much time on phones today, but just imagine we give them an immersive, they may get lost there. So what the industrial metaverse is, industrial metaverse brings the digital twin to the next level. So it's a fully immersive environment, but it is a combination of many different technologies, like the edge computing, like IoT, like the digital twin technology, and especially the biggest change which we are seeing is the artificial intelligence, the generative AI, coming together to create an immersive digital twin powered by all these technologies of an actual factory. So what that means is that you can solve real life industrial problems in a virtual world. So just to give you an example, imagine today you have an industry running on, there is some fault happens and the factory stops. So what happens today is people will fly from different countries depending on what kind of issue there is and try to solve that. Now with industrial metaverse, they can stay home, they can just wear their goggles, jump into the real world, and can you imagine you can rewind it? So it's not so it's basically physics based. So basically, it's actual real-time digital twin, immersive digital twin. So you can rewind and then you can see where the problem was. And then with artificial intelligence and tools like those, you can so quickly identify. What you can do in the industrial metaverse is also place scenarios. So you can, before you are launching your production line, you have a certain demand and supply, you can simulate and you can make intelligent choices. So I think that's a total game changer. And we had a forum yesterday with our global CEO and NVIDIA. So basically it's Siemens and NVIDIA coming together. Those chips allow us to create that immersive.
So there's so much in that. So you can solve real-time problems collectively, virtually, but then you can also experiment and sort of see what if we did this. And but I've seen the digital twin of the EV, of the battery factory, which is amazing. And then before even building anything physical, you can see the entire layout and what would happen if not only the equipment was placed this way, but of course information flows too.
Yeah, and I think that's a battery is a great example where the industrial metaverse can really play a role. So today, if you look at the scrap rates in the battery manufacturing, they are much, much higher than to compare to other mature industries like the automobile industries, etc. So the whole goal is that we, using the industrial metaverse, we can reduce these scrap rates. So we can allow industry to do more with less. You can predict using artificial intelligence what would be the outcome, because sometimes in certain processes you find out pretty late in the day that this product is a reject. And the idea is to also get that intelligence much ahead. Like for example in the battery manufacturing, one of the key processes is the slurry mixing, and if you can get those information, is the mixture was right, the content was right, and if it wasn't right, you could stop it right there rather than producing the whole equipment and then going. The other thing, Jay, which I find it really, really interesting, when you were talking about that model, I think what you're talking about. So we were looking at the industrial line, and then you can also simulate people in there and how they would work. What is the safety features around it? And what was very, very interesting and exciting to see, so we have an option of putting different sizes of people. So we put somebody 5 foot tall and say, okay, simulate how would this person work? And the system told us that over a period of time, this person, because of the line is made, is going to have an issue in the back shoulder. Wow. So just imagine that you get those kinds of information, and that was adapted by giving a possibility to the platform where they have to work to tilt it so the reach is reach. So those are the kind of things, and I think there were many more applications when we will go along.
And you never figure that out if you were just trying to
Yeah,
do it.
you would figure it out later that somebody say,
Yeah. And
I think it's
and you were talking about the time, but also the expense that you go
Absolutely.
through until you had to figure that out, and then the expense of changing everything
Absolutely.
later on too. You're mentioning about integration of technologies, and that's really key to NGen strategy as well. That when we were talking about, a lot of people talk about the technology, and that's what they try to sell, but what you're talking about, Faisal, is the solution, the application here.
Yeah.
And that will involve today a variety of technologies, and Siemens too is this is a huge opportunity, particularly for smaller Canadian tech companies to work with you. We have MyHTT, for example, here at, providing AI solutions that you in Siemens take throughout the world.
Yes.
There, so that is so important today about how, and a very different operating model for companies. That how do you incorporate and integrate technologies into solutions that companies like Siemens can take globally?
Yeah, no, that's a really good point. And Jay, I think when we look at even we are in Germany, the German economy, the backbone of this economy is the small and medium-sized enterprises. Yeah. It's the same case for us in Ontario as well as in Quebec and all over Canada. So now the question is, these exciting technologies which are being showcased, how do we bring those to the small and medium-sized enterprises? Yeah. Because that's where it will move the needle. And I have two answers for that. The short answer is called Siemens Accelerator. So Siemens Accelerator is a platform, a digital platform, which consists of three things. So it is a technological stack. It's a curated portfolio, so of all hardware, software, digital, which can be applied in industry. It is an ecosystem, and you mentioned MyTT. It's an ecosystem of about 100 companies and more to join, because we as a large company as Siemens realize the challenges we are facing in the industry when we are talking about climate change. These are challenges no one big company can solve together. So we all have to work, the public, private sector, the small enterprises and large enterprises, Siemens, have to work together. So it's an ecosystem, and then we are working very hard to make it into a marketplace. So what we are doing this is, just to give you more background on it. So when we talked about small and medium-sized enterprises, and we have seen surveys from BCD, etc., that Canadian manufacturing is lagging behind when it comes to the adoption of Industry 4.0. So when we interviewed these small and medium-sized enterprises, we said, what are your pain points? Why are you not adopting technology which is obvious that it was going to bring benefits? So one of the challenges which we heard back from our customers was, first one was openness. They said, when we buy a software solution, a software stack from one company, and then we want to extend it with another solution we like from another company, they are not open. They are not talking to each other. They are not interoperable. Third issue, they said, we are looking at solutions, we love it, but the companies want to lock us in. So they say, okay, buy this whole enterprise suite, it's an expensive price, and I'm stuck, and I'm not sure if it's going to bring the return which is on the slide. So there's an issue about that. And then people are scared about cybersecurity if they're looking for. So what Siemens Accelerator does is, this digital platform with portfolio, with an ecosystem, is that any product which comes on the platform, we guarantee that it has to be open, so open APIs, talk to each other, interoperable, can be changed, but more importantly, it can be bought as a service. So that means you do not need to get fixed. You can try it, and if you don't like it, you can leave it, or you can expand it, and the cybersecurity stack. So we have about 1,100 cybersecurity specialists which will do that. So we believe that Siemens Accelerator is going to fast track the digital transformation of small and medium-sized enterprises, because they can go in that platform. And I encourage everybody who's listening to this, just Google Siemens Accelerator and go in and look. It's sorted through your industries. There are hundreds of solutions, not only from Siemens, but from many different partners, Canadian partners. I'm very, very proud that we just launched it last year. We have already onboarded Canadian small companies, bringing their innovation to the 190 countries we operate. So I think that is the answer. We believe it's a self-service platform. They can go in, they can learn. It's a learning platform. You can look. We put in showcases there, what other companies around the world are doing, so you can learn, and then you can apply them.
What a great example, not only of the technology and how that's changed, but we're talking about an entirely new business model here as well. And you know, in some cases, a part of the challenge, I think, for small, particularly the manufacturers, is to think differently about their business. Their business isn't getting product out the door anymore. It's providing that solution for customers and understanding what customers need, which is exactly what you did, and understanding the pain points.
Yeah, absolutely. Like we have so many, we just launched a year ago, and we have so many great solutions. Like I'll just give you an example, it's also industry, data centers. So data centers are coming up left, right, and center. The amount of data produced in the last 2 years is more than the data we ever produced. We all videoing, moving, taking pictures, etc. And so data centers use a lot of energy. And if you have the chance to go to a data center, the hot spots, so these servers get pretty hot, and the hot spots are scattered. So what the natural tendency is that you go and increase the cooling. But what that does is it overcools. It takes even more energy. So then we are working together with our partners using artificial intelligence. We call it white space cooling. We could reduce in a data center in Canada, in Toronto, to be exact, from Bank of Montreal, the consumption in that area by 55%.
Wow.
Yeah. And it improves also the performance of the servers, because if they're at an optimal temperature, they're performing much better. So these are the things which alone Siemens couldn't have done it. With our partners, we came to that a Canadian solution.
Yeah.
And it's absolutely
that's brilliant. As we're talking though about integrating technology, open systems, communication across the stack, being able to customize, to try things out, to go to different solutions and everything else. A large part of that, though, is as you were saying, the interoperability and the ability to transfer data. Now, I know as well that Siemens is really leading, especially here in Europe, some pretty impressive initiatives around standards around interoperability, and in fact, we'll be participating in a meeting here in Hanover exactly about that. But tell us a little bit about what you see in terms of the future around interoperability, and I guess really this is what is powering this solution, this open innovation solution.
Yeah. I think we are a firm believer that everybody needs to open up, because basic model is that digitalization has the potential to unlock huge potentials. There's estimation $10 trillion over 10 years. So basically what you are doing, what digitalization does is that it takes data and analyzing that data, making smarter choices. So once you have the data. So maybe I give you an example which is much simpler. If you look at the buildings side. So 40% of energy consumption happens in buildings, and industries are also buildings, right? We believe there is a low-hanging fruit to reduce that by 30%. And buildings over the years have become more intelligent, so they have been building automation systems, different systems have gone in, data is there. The issue is all this data is siloed. So it's one system from one company, air conditioning system for another company, heating system for another. So now, in order to reap the benefits of digitalization in the infrastructure sector as well as in the industry sector, you need to have a common data platform. So you have all information. So that is why, like on the building side, we launched this Building X platform, which breaks these silos. So we need to really open up, because if we are not opening up as an industry, we will not be able to reap the benefits of digitalization.
Absolutely right. And, you know, home building, of course, is a big challenge in Canada. And
Yeah.
we're building homes at the same rate that we were in the 1970s. And, you know, you could think about the potential of bringing in AI and automation and digital twins and being able to jump from customized construction where everybody has their own data and everybody has to come in and do their own measurements for every single house, and make that an advanced manufacturing process there. And to your point, you know, the ability to share data across all the trades in a process that is standardizing the data, but then customizing the building. That's the future. It has to be the future in Canada.
Jay, I give you an example. In our Oakville office, you have visited us there.
Yeah.
So we put this technology, Building X, and sensors into our office. So it's a small sensors which go on the roof, and it gives you a heat map. So it gives you an occupancy analysis. If you link that with the air conditioning system, you can optimize. So if there's nobody in the room, we don't need to cool it or heat it. Same for cleaning. If nobody went in the room, maybe you don't need to clean it every day. So we are seeing so many valuable insights.
Yeah.
Like if there's a sunny day, we can dim the lights because you know there are windows. So I am saving more than 50% of my consumption just because of this data. And this is the magic where you can apply. If you imagine you're applying in industry, you can allow to do so much more than using less resources.
So going back to this question, Faisal, about, you know, a lot of small companies. I think a smaller tech, both on the small tech companies, but also smaller manufacturers, manufacturers who can see the potential but don't know where to start necessarily, and or even who is offering the accelerator service, for example, there, or the tech companies that we've got a great technology but don't know how to connect to the manufacturer's side too. Tell us a little bit about, you know, well, first of all, some advice for those companies, but, you know, some of the challenges here. As you say, Canadian companies are really lagging behind in terms of the implementation of advanced systems. But how do we turn that around?
Yeah. So Jay, this is something I've been also, you know, spending my time as a proud Canadian. I think, you know, because I fear that if our industry is not competitive, we will lose jobs, right? Yeah. And it's prosperity of my country. So I think there has to be a couple of more elements to, if we want to put Industry 4.0. So definitely, I'm coming from a technology company, so I'm going to talk about technology. But that's just one part of the puzzle. What is the business case? You know, what is the business case, and who warranties that business case? And if this business case is solid and is backed up by specialists from good people, then the financing will come. You know, so it's the financing, it's the business case, it's the technology. Yeah. So all three things have to work together for a small and medium enterprise to make a decision. So today, if I go and then show them all this great technology, and they have uncertainty about the outcome, about the business case for them, they're hesitant. And even if they create their own business case, the banks are hesitant, say, oh, you're a small company, do you know what you're doing? So I feel one of the models we are seeing in our Industry 4.0 hubs in Quebec, I like that model in a way that would be kind of the vision to say, okay, you have a hub where there's technology, people are there from different technology sectors, even Siemens Accelerator or whatever, other companies as well. And what you do is you invite small and medium enterprises to come there, learn about technology, but handhold them to create a business case, not by themselves, but people who understand this technology. So who could stamp it and say, like, you know, when as engineers we stamp drawings, we say, look, this I can tell you looking at you. And I think if we can facilitate, that is the hurdle which our SMEs have. And if we somehow can invest money in that we can make it easier for small, medium enterprises to get that business case out, stamped. Once it's stamped, and technology is understood. A bank will say, oh, it's government stamped, it's stamped by a Siemens or a NGen, they know what they're talking about. I'm happy to give the money. And the SME sees the return of investment. I think that is the model we need to, because sometimes we talk, and I myself, technology company, too much about technology. That's one part. We need the business case, we need the financing.
Yeah. Okay, so this is an initiative. We'll partner with you on that. But I absolutely agree. And when you speak to companies about technology, what I find is that in many cases the business case internally, the business objectives aren't known very well. And so it becomes more of a tech project that at the end of the day, can spend a lot of money, a lot of time, and all sorts of issues about not being able to deliver the business case. And when we ask companies, are you investing in new technology? And several say yes, and then say, well, why did you do that? What was the business objective? Product development, process improvement, whatever. And they say, tell us what the objective is, but did you achieve your business objective? And the majority say no. And there's a real gap, as you say, between actually being able to understand the business objective and then the importance of technology, not for its own sake, but in achieving the business objective.
And that's why I think, Jay, we need some hand-holding for our SMEs.
Yeah.
And your organization is leading there. We need this hand-holding. We need people who have implemented such business cases time and again, which can put a stamp, which can say, look, I know what I'm talking about. If you do this, this, you will have that outcome, that kind of a certainty, because it's physics. Technology is physics. You can if you do the things. So I think that hand-holding from organizations like yours, from the hubs which we have in Quebec, that is key. We need to show the way.
It really is. And then also bringing in the investors, bringing in the financial community to back that up, but also bringing in the colleges and how do we upgrade the skills? What are the real business requirements for actually using this? Not just adopting the technology, but profitably using that technology. Absolutely. And again, Siemens has been really leading on work integrated learning programs across the country there. But you need that real kind of collaborative approach with everybody. Absolutely. That ecosystem.
Absolutely, that ecosystem. We have, as you said, partnerships with more than 16 educational institutes, and we are trying. You've heard about the Mechatronics program, so we have installed in the German Mechatronics in most of the colleges. And so that giving, you can guarantee outcomes when you have had hands-on experience. And that is the idea, to give our students hands-on experience. Our work integrated learning program, which you were mentioning, we start in the third year already with students, because one other challenge is, as you mentioned in the beginning of the discussion, that technology is moving so fast. And we know that making curriculums takes time. So we are coming in a situation where the technology is moving faster than the curriculums at the colleges. So that is why we are, working on living labs. Like we have created for example, for microgrids, a living lab at Humber College, and Anne-Marie, who's the president, will be actually joining today, tomorrow. Is coming.
Oh, super.
So you were going to get to meet her. So we created a living lab in Humber College with a solar, with a microgrid, with storage, and students are having hands-on experience. They're learning about it. They're understanding. And hands-on experience is the key. And we have to create living labs so that people learn and they can be sure of the outcome. That is where I always emphasize the ambiguity in the outcome is the biggest element which is stopping our SMEs from going ahead.
Absolutely. So, Faisal, I know we're kind of running out of time. You have to go, but let me ask you one other question here. Hannover, is always changing. This fair has lots of new stuff in it. What are you really looking forward to seeing here over the next several days?
Yeah, so for me, Siemens has been part of this fair since
Yeah.
1947. So I've been seeing that. Yeah, I'm seeing, it's a bit of a learning for me as well. I go around the booths, I look around, I see what's going on, and I think the most important thing is for me to see how the ecosystem is coming together. And if you would
Yeah.
also go to Siemens booth, you will not only see Siemens, you will see our partners. And as a proud Canadian, I would like to say, next year is Canada.
Yeah.
Canada is a partner country. We hope that we have Canadian partners on our booth as well, and that is what I'm fascinated, and I like to see when smaller companies, industry, and engineering companies like ours are working together, solving real-time problems.
Well, you've put the systems in place to enable
Yeah,
that. So,
absolutely.
congratulations. Siemens is such a great leader here, but also a great partner in Canada, and for any business in Canada, a great partner to work with to implement Industry
We
4.0.
cherished our partnership as well. Yeah.
Oh, Faisal, thanks very much.
Thank you
Thanks.
so much.
This is the fire's getting kind of hot here, so we better cut it off. Thanks a lot. Great. Okay, we are ready to go here, and I'm joined in the cabin today, there this morning, by Dana Rudy, who's Deputy Minister for Manitoba. Dana, welcome to the cottage, and it's going to get a little hot, so really glad to have you here. Let's start off. Where is Manitoba?
Well, we always say that Manitoba is in the center of North America. So we actually have some red chairs that prove that point, just outside of the city of Winnipeg. Thank you very much for having me, by the way. It's great honor and privilege to be here representing Manitoba. So Manitoba is situated in the center of Canada, amongst 13 provinces and territories. We have a significant population, just over 1.4 million. And then also the predominant lives in the city of Winnipeg. We have a very extensive manufacturing sector, which I'm hoping to talk about with you today. And we have a brand new government 6 months in. So the Honorable Wab Kinew, our Premier of Manitoba, and a new government was elected 6 months ago on very intense focus on building out our low carbon economy and economic reconciliation with our First Nations, and then also just really reiterating over and over again that the economic horse pulls the social cart, and so just in line with the political ideologies.
Well, that's super. One thing that has always impressed me about Manitoba is how strong the economy is, how well balanced the economy is. You were saying manufacturing plays a big role in that, but tell us a little bit more about the Manitoba economy and why companies should consider being in Manitoba, partnering to Manitoba, selling to Manitoba.
Well, first of all, I think in Manitoba we have a very diverse economy, like lots of different sectors. So advanced manufacturing and aerospace is a critical component to that. Life sciences, agriculture, and value add plays a really significant role as well. We export about a third of our GDP, so it's a very significant part of our economy. Most of our exports go to the United States, Mexico. In our imports, we actually have quite a bit of imports from Germany. It hits our top lists of imports as well. I'd say that Manitoba has some unique advantages that aren't often understood. So, for example, being in the center of North America and the trade corridors that exist, with the rail and air and trucking, we have the possibility of moving rail, for example, all the way from Mexico, all the way to the port of Churchill, so from the Arctic to Mexico. And I think that extensive network, including Centerport, which is our fairly extensive industrial park there as a trimodal opportunity with rail, trucking, and air, it presents the unique opportunities for transporting goods. In addition to that, we have a very extensive number of critical minerals. So we have 29 of the 31 critical minerals that Canada has identified as critical for our future. Much of that is opportunity. And again, in keeping with the spirit of our new government, really wanting to foster and reset the relationships with First Nations in Canada and Indigenous nations by building out economic reconciliation as part of our plans as we access those critical minerals. So I'd say that's more of an emerging sector. Again, because we know we have many, but we need to put more emphasis on exploration and extraction and all of those related opportunities that will feed into the goals for Manitoba to be a leader in the low carbon economy.
And I think especially this week in Hannover, sustainability, low carbon economy, the electric vehicles, and the importance of critical minerals. That's all being highlighted this week here, and like Manitoba is. You think about where electricity comes from in Manitoba and how clean that is, and as companies around the world are trying to reduce their carbon footprint, that has to be a fantastic advantage.
Yeah, and I'm surprised it didn't come top of mind, because that's the first thing that we talk about, 99% renewable energy and clean energy, and the opportunities there are endless. We have over 100,000 lakes in Manitoba and extensive provincial parks and natural resources. So it's really seen as an opportunity for us to be there as part of the solutions for climate change, and to continue to leverage the resources that we have in a responsible and sustainable way, which is the most important element of that.
And building off of the opportunity here, then means, looking at the infrastructure and the logistics, the importance of the agricultural equipment sector, the food and food processing sector, Manitoba, but also the some of the biggest vehicle manufacturers in Canada that are all moving into electricity, all moving to sustainability themselves. And I know you have a team here from the large vehicle transformation initiative that Manitoba is also really leading.
Yeah, absolutely. And just on the New Flyer group and NFI, it's a tremendous opportunity. It's a global player in that space, leading the development of buses. We were just in Washington last week, and the CEO was pointing out several of the buses there. So has a tremendous impact. We have a lot of heavy hitters in Manitoba that aren't often understood when you're not from Manitoba, but they have a huge global presence, like MacDon, which is part of this mission here at the event. NFI is another one. We have Boeing, Bueller. There's so many different companies that really outperform on a global level and do make us very proud.
And the other advantage you're talking about is just the logistics, the position of Manitoba in the center of North America. And logistics is an important part of that. But if you look as well, and why Winnipeg in particular really stands out as a center for aerospace, this is the place that where a lot of the maintenance and repair work is also done there, simply because of the location and the concentration of really, really good maintenance, repair, and manufacturing companies that can support it.
Yeah, we have a combination of really strong companies that have grown over time and have made Manitoba their home. Combined with the opportunity with the placement of where we are within the country and within the continent, and also just, again, the plentiful resources and opportunities. We also have a very strong workforce and a strong number of post-secondary institutions. Much of our post-secondary institutions really do cater to industry as well. So they look to shift and adapt their curriculum on that basis. So Red River Polytech, as an example, is also here in Hannover Messe together. I think they're in Hall 13, so you can check them out as well. But those are the types of opportunities that we have. And a lot of it, the Canadian Manufacturers and Exporters CME plays a really significant role in supporting that development, and through our Sector Council program, but most importantly through their extensive network. There's that opportunity again to support the development. Ideally, we're constantly focusing on how do we retain and expand our existing businesses within Manitoba, and look at ways in which we can help support the supply chains to make those companies successful. And then also simultaneously thinking about our small and medium enterprises, and never really forgetting about those, as that's really ultimately the most critical component of why we can play such an important role in exporting, for example.
Yeah, absolutely. And knowing a little bit about CME and what they've been doing there, the small business component is so important. One of the things that always strikes me in Western Canada is you've got a group of really, really high-powered small businesses that are doing business around the world. Frankly, because of the big wide open spaces in Western Canada, they have to find customers around the world in order to be successful. But in order to do that, you've got to be really on your game in terms of process excellence, in terms of manufacturing management. They're building relationships with innovation relationships, and I think you're absolutely right. That's where I know that's where the association has been really, really extremely valuable in helping smaller companies, step up and develop good manufacturing management processes there. But you were also mentioning, it is true, the Red River College in particular, but also University of Manitoba, some of the other colleges in Manitoba as well. How important they are here, because it's not just about tech. It's a lot of this is about people, and often it's such a well-hidden secret about from Canada, but also Manitoba. We talk about skilled workforce, but the real asset are the college system.
Yes, absolutely. And I think that we are very fortunate to have such a strong network of post-secondary institutions that, again, really kind of punch above their weight, I think, relative when you think about a small province like Manitoba. Large in scale, but we consider ourselves small relative to other jurisdictions. And the importance of where we are right now with the acute labor shortages that are being experienced across the country and globally as well. And how do we ensure that we're responding to those future needs and working in partnership with those post-secondary institutions. And I think that culture of a strong culture of research and development is embedded as part of that. And it kind of inspires all the work, with the National Research Council, for example, being within Winnipeg as a site, the Vehicle Technology Center, as you mentioned, again, that just constantly looking for ways of adapting and changing and moving forward. And it's through the support of our post-secondary institutions that we're able to do that. And I just want to reiterate their commitment to working with industry. There's so many really good examples of how that partnerships ensures that the curriculum is responsive to the needs, and then also just making sure that we have a good match between who needs to have jobs and where they're needed. And I think, again, another priority of our current government is also really considering those underrepresented groups that we often talk about in principle, but it's more challenging for us to think about how to access that. As an example, we have a significant Indigenous population in Manitoba, the largest, I think, in the country, and about just under 20% of our population. And so there's so many opportunities for economic reconciliation in partnering with nations and communities and thinking of different ways in which that our education can be accessible. So the University College of the North, for example, really looks at that, but all of our post-secondary institutions.
And as you know, labor shortages, skill shortages are always a perennial challenge for manufacturers, and we talk about it every time we can. But in Manitoba, I was just taking a look at this the other day, actually has the most diverse workforce of any province in Canada here. So close to 12% of the workforce are Indigenous, from Indigenous communities. Close over, I think, 40% are recent immigrants into Canada. So being able to pull from around the world, and you're not only pulling people, but you're pulling expertise and different perspectives, different ways of doing things, and that's such a powerful contributor to productivity in Manitoba.
Yeah, and I'd add too, like that diversity also really promotes an innovative environment for us. It
Absolutely.
brings together different ideas, perspectives, understanding, and events like this actually, contribute to that certainly. But having that homegrown and focus on, those diverse perspectives locally really does make us help us stand apart from others.
So, two questions about Hanover then. One is, of course, you're here. Making the pitch to global companies, consider Manitoba. And we've covered a lot of this already, but give me your elevator pitch for Manitoba.
Well, I want to say first and foremost that we are here with a big team. So it's not just the government of Manitoba. We have Economic Development Winnipeg, CME is here, the Chamber, Manitoba Chamber. So all of us are moving throughout the halls, spreading the word about where Manitoba maybe isn't well known in terms of our clean energy, our access to critical minerals that is just an untapped potential that we don't even know the scale of that, and how we will be part of the future solutions around climate change. The diversity within our workforce and our communities, but it's also a very beautiful province, and we have really strong values and lots to offer. And I think those values around human rights, respect, and our focus on economic reconciliation are just some of the things that I think add that extra layer of progress that we're making in the province. I mentioned earlier those 100,000 lakes is not something not to talk about, and the quality of life that we have within Manitoba is tremendous. Affordability, families being able to own a home and be able to contribute and live a meaningful life and a high quality life are, again, something that we have to talk about and make sure that people understand that it's an amazing place to be, and it's an exciting part of our journey right now as we move ahead with all of the sectors that I was speaking about. And that diverse economy does strengthen our position. We're not as subject to threats and risks when we are so specialized in one particular area. We can weather certain storms over time, for example. But also the strength of our advanced manufacturing and aerospace industry kind of pulls us in and gives us that anchor on which many of our small and medium-sized businesses can benefit from as well. So in our booth, we have a video showcasing many of the videos, like the Fort Garry fire trucks, for example, MacDon. I'm missing a few, but there's a series of videos that people can watch to also show how they're highlighting their success within Manitoba.
So come to Hall 7.
Come to Hall 7, yes.
Take a look. And, so Winnipeg in particular, confluence of the Assiniboine River, the Red River just below Lake Winnipeg. This is beginning as a fur trading center, but it's always been a meeting place for well over 1,000 years here, and I think your pitch is basically saying come and meet in Manitoba, because it's a great place to do business. So, partner country 2025. What's your vision for Manitoba's presence here in Hanover next year?
Well, and part of why we're here is also to learn from the experience of Norway as a partner country this year. Had a fantastic opening reception and learned and heard from many important speakers there. I think we want to absolutely be clear that Manitoba has significant natural advantages that we need to profile more as an opportunity for both investment within Manitoba, but also to grow our local businesses and to help support those. The idea, of course, really recognizing that we are a world-class place, and so we want to get that word out as much as possible. We have a very competitive business environment as well, so we're going to be having conversations both within our team as well as with Economic Development Winnipeg, and meeting with a variety of different companies and opportunities, and just having those sidebar conversations this year. Leading into next year, I think we hope and plan to have a very significant presence alongside Canada and yourselves to really profile Canada as a country, collectively. It's not just about Manitoba, of course, and so we're part of Team Canada, and we're really looking forward to being a part of that in 2025.
Oh, that's great. Well, we're looking forward to helping showcase some of the capabilities that Manitoba has to offer the world as well. Just before I let you go, I can't help but ask you, your lanyard. Yes. Tell us a little bit about that, because it's a beautiful lanyard.
It is. I don't have the specific history of it. So we have our annual PDAC. So we got these made for that. So I don't have the exact history of it. But what I would say is that it's, again, part of the recognition that when we come internationally or even nationally, we want to bring forward this perspective that our Indigenous nations, it's a true history of Manitoba. That's where we began. Absolutely. And we have responsibilities, to hold up to treaties that have been designed and opportunities for economic reconciliation. So we all carry with us that responsibility when we come forward, that we're not only representing the government of Manitoba, but all people within Manitoba, including our Indigenous nations as well.
Fantastic. And maybe showcase some great Indigenous technologies as well,
and that's a
capabilities.
Huge component to, as I mentioned earlier, as opportunities, and not only from a perspective of economic reconciliation, but also building those partnerships reduces concern for industry or speculation apprehension by creating a pathway by which we can continue to grow and build out, particularly on the critical mineral and natural resources side. That as much as we can reduce that uncertainty for industry by engaging our Indigenous nations from the very, very beginning and building that into who we are as a people and the importance of that. And I think that it's just one small component that is symbolic, but there's a deep, deep commitment to truth and reconciliation in Manitoba, in the government of Manitoba, and also in all the partners that we have.
Well, I think that's so important. It's a real strength of Manitoba. And, one thing that I have always really appreciated in all my trips to Manitoba is how welcoming everybody is, and also what a community everybody is. So you're always welcome to Manitoba.
Yes, and our license plate says it. We're friendly Manitoba, and we're open for business.
Good. Thanks very much for joining me, Dana.
Yeah,
thanks very much.
It was really nice meeting you.
Thank you.
Hello? Oh, it's working. Okay, good morning. So this is Arlene from Momentum Materials. We are a startup company based in Calgary, and we develop hydrogen fuel cell raw materials. So a little bit about our company. So our technology was developed since 2012 from the University of Calgary. And we started from the same research group from the University of Calgary. We started with just a few people located in Calgary, and right now our company has grown to more than 40 people operating in Calgary and also in China. Our company is focusing on the development and manufacturing of novel carbon materials for hydrogen fuel cell applications. And this material has also seen promise for lithium-ion batteries, lithium-sulfur batteries, and also proton exchange membrane fuel cells. So a little bit about what is a catalyst layer in hydrogen fuel cells. So a hydrogen fuel cell stack is composed of like multiple components, including bipolar plates, end plates, sealing materials, and also membrane electrode assemblies. So the membrane electrode assembly is the core component of a hydrogen fuel cell because it is where the electricity is generated. So, however, current membrane electrode assemblies is facing challenges, including high cost and low durability, mainly because of the materials that's used in the catalyst layer within the hydrogen fuel cell. And also, as you can see, in a membrane, in a hydrogen fuel cell stack, the catalyst layer is accounting for more than 30% of the whole cost. It is because the catalyst layer is composed of platinum and also carbon support, and platinum is expensive. So the technology development direction is in improving the durability of the fuel cell and also decrease the platinum usage for it. And that's how we come through our carbon materials developed in order to solve these challenges, to improve the durability and also maintain the performance while decreasing the use of platinum to save the operational cost and the capital cost. So right now, Momentum Materials, we have a commercialized product which is called NCP support. It is a nanoporous carbon material with unique nano-engineered support structure, and we are also building a nanoporous carbon supported platinum catalyst for the hydrogen fuel cells. We also provide technical services for our customers. A little bit technical. So here's the testing results from our customers. So ECSA retention stands for electrochemical surface area. It is an important metric that people measure for the durability of the platinum. So our customers tested the durability following DOE's protocol of conventional product and our product. And the results show that our product only lost 10% of its performance after this durability testing, while the conventional product lost more than 50% of its performance after the same protocol. This means our product brings more than double lifetime as compared to the conventional product, and this will save a lot of operational cost for the fuel cell applications, especially for heavy duty and long distance applications. So for a lot of new products, while they are improving the lifetime, their performance may be losing. However, for us, we're not sacrificing the performance. So platinum mass activity is another important metric that's used to measure the performance of the catalyst within a hydrogen fuel cell. As you can see, with our carbon products, we're also able to enhance the performance of the catalyst. And this means in the future, we are able to enhance the utilization of the platinum nanoparticles, decrease its usage while maintaining the same high performance in hydrogen fuel cells. And this will save a lot of capital cost for the end applications. So here is where we are at. So we are a member of NGen. So we received NGen funding since 2022 and 2023, and that helped us to build a lab in Calgary. So in September 2023, we completed our manufacturing lab in Calgary, which is a demonstration for our next generation memory electrode assembly product. So in February this year, we just completed our manufacturing line for the carbon powder product, and we increased the manufacturing capability of the carbon powder product to like 300 kilograms per year. So looking ahead in the future, by the end of this year, we aim to increase the manufacturing capability of our catalyst product to like more than 100 kilograms per year, and we aim to complete the distribution and fully commercialization of our products globally by the end of 2025. Here's where we're at. We started to generate like a tiny bit of revenue since 2019, and we have achieved a revenue of more than $1 million last year. And we have filed more than 20 patents. We have more than 10 customers globally. Most of them are hydrogen fuel cell manufacturers. And we have secured more than $1 million non-dilutive fundings, mainly from Alberta Innovates and NGen. And we have raised more than $4 million from investors since last year. Okay, so I think that's everything. So feel free to contact if you're interested in the product or looking forward to collaborate with us. Thanks.
Get out of my cabin.
Well, we've all been invited into Jay's cabin this afternoon. So welcome everyone for a conversation about Canada's global innovation clusters. My name's Sue Page. I'm the CEO of Digital Cluster, and joined by my colleagues, Julien Billot, CEO of Scale AI, head office in Montreal. Nancy Andrews, who's here in the position of head of our ocean cluster, and everybody knows Jay. The ubiquitous Jay Myers, who's also the CEO of NGen. Let me just ask you to imagine something for a minute. Imagine that you take the country that is consistently ranked as one of the top countries in the world for research and academic excellence, and you combine that with a country that has one of the most demographically diverse populations on the planet. And you combine that with a country that has a robust ecosystem of innovation, innovators, and small and medium enterprises across multiple industries, ranging from oceans to agriculture to manufacturing to health and natural resources. And you combine that with a mandate to solve some of society's and industry's biggest challenges with Canadian-made technologies. If you take all of that, you have the Global Innovation Cluster Program, a program that is the result of really ambitious industrial policy from the Government of Canada, policy that's designed to solve some of industry's and society's biggest problems around the world by bringing organizations together to solve these problems better than any single organization could on its own, and to do it fast, and to do it with the support of the Government of Canada. As I mentioned, I'm joined here by three of the leaders from our clusters, and I'm just going to let each one of them say a couple of words about your cluster and how it works. Julien, why don't we start with you for Scale AI in Montreal?
Sure. Thanks a lot. So Scale AI, we were created as all of us in 2019 with something in mind, which was Canada gap in productivity and specifically issues in supply chain. So we were created to tackle that by introducing AI and subsidizing the introduction of AI in companies to be sure to create an internal demand for AI in Canada. Because by creating internal demand for AI in Canada, of course, we can improve productivity, you can develop a strong AI ecosystem, and you can help find a job for all these researchers Canada is training. And so that's our mandate, basically, help Canadian companies adopt AI and help Canadian companies develop AI solutions to be able to serve our internal market and export. That's how we were created, and that's what we are doing.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Julien. Nancy, so we go from artificial intelligence to the ocean economy.
Thanks, Sue. So we are, I'll start by maybe saying we're a national cluster throughout the world. If you're familiar with clusters, they're generally very narrow and regionally focused. So we are a little different, although there are more of those kind of cropping up around the world. And so we're really focused on bringing together ocean sectors, different regions, different companies to really tackle challenges, as Sue said, that society is kind of grappling with, and specifically in energy transition, sustainable seafood to help feed the world. If we look at things like the future of marine shipping, and just in context of, most of our goods are actually moved through marine shipping, but also contributes 3% of the global emissions production in the world, and so all wrapped up in kind of with a climate lens. So how do we tackle some of these things, deliver really strong economic outputs, but also support those really important net zero targets that we have? So we have 600 members across the country, about 300 partners working across 100 different projects, and they're really focused on taking on these challenges. And I guess the last thing I'll say in my brief remarks here is just the projects are a part of the equation. We're also conveners. We are supporters of an ecosystem to help build the workforce and young companies that are needed to support the growth. And so for us, for example, we've been able to help 100 new ocean companies get a start in the last 4 years alone. And so there's so much momentum happening here, and just look forward to what's next.
Thanks a lot. Jay.
Sue, your description right at the very beginning, what a great way to talk about all of the clusters and what the cluster program is all about here. And one of the most interesting things I think about all of our clusters is that that's our objective, and we come at it a little bit differently in terms of each of our strategies. So what NGen is all about, building world-leading advanced manufacturing capabilities for the benefit of Canadians and for the benefit of the world, because we're focusing on sustainability, on food security, on health and safety as well. And I think if you look around Hannover this week, it's all about those big challenges. They're driving innovation. But what we do, we build ecosystems. We build ecosystems around projects, looking for collaboration, bringing together various technologies to come up with new solutions for advanced manufacturing. But we also build, as each of us do, ecosystems in terms of clusters, of networks, of bringing in engaging stakeholders, of improving the skills and and attracting young people into industry, which is, I think, so important for all of us. So really happy to be leading. I think particularly when it comes to advanced manufacturing, the idea that we can actually build things in Canada that make a difference for the world. That's our objective.
Great statement there, and thank you, everyone. And in digital, we are head officed in Vancouver, British Columbia. But as with all of my colleagues, every cluster has a national mandate. When your title is digital, you could be so broad and so diffuse as to be almost irrelevant. So right from the outset, digital focuses on 3 areas. First of all, health. Developing digital solutions to some of the biggest challenges in health, in particular improving the access to healthcare services, improving the outcomes, the health outcomes from those healthcare services, and improving the sustainability of our healthcare systems in Canada and around the world. Secondly, natural resources. Canada is rich in natural resources, obviously forestry, mining, fishing, and agriculture, the bedrock of the Canadian industrial success over the last 100+ years. How can we make our Canadian companies in those industries more productive and successful globally, while at the same time being world leaders in clean energy and in environmental responsibility? And then the third area is skilling. A report came out a couple of years ago that suggested that Canada was going to be short 50,000 people when it came to talent for the digital world. And so how can we bring digital skilling solutions to close that gap and give Canada the prowess that we have in academics and post-secondary in the digital skilling world as well? And so we're really excited about the success that our members have had. Like my colleagues, we do a number of things, but we do collaborative innovation projects where we bring organizations together that wouldn't normally be together to solve some of the problems in those areas, and we can talk a little bit about that in a minute. But Nancy, why don't I go to you and ask you to share with our audience here. So you've got all this stuff going on in ocean technology. There's so many opportunities, and there's probably companies watching this, big companies, small companies. How do they reach you? How do they get involved, and what kinds of engagements can they have with you?
Sure. So thanks, Sue. So, I guess relatively easy to get involved. But in terms of how to engage, there's a number of different ways. We have companies of all sizes getting involved with us, from our Ocean Startup Project, if there's just an idea and they're looking to kind of build that idea through into a company, right into our core programming. So you could get involved, for example, in the projects themselves. And so that could be across a whole host of different solutions, ranging from AI ocean solutions to, automation and remote operations, sensor technology, digital twinning, you name it. those all have applications across the ocean sector. But in terms of other ways that you can meaningfully engage and really get benefit from the cluster model is taking advantage of things like matchmaking. We do really focused thematic roundtables on things like hydrogen and again, advancing AI in the ocean, because these are areas of strength for Canada. And so whether it's subscribing to a newsletter as a first step, having a conversation in a place like, we are here today, getting to know us a little bit better through our website content, or attending an event. We do have public events as well as member only. And then of course from a membership model, which we all have, there's there's 2 layers for us, which is associate. Anyone can become a member and have access to the network and participate in public events and activities. From an industry perspective, that's when you get into investment and project involvement. So lots of opportunities to get involved.
Perfect. Thank you. And Jay?
Lots of opportunities to connect with us through our website, through our programs or workshops. We have a network of other organizations. We work with all sorts of our model as all of our clusters started out. We were called super clusters. The branding has changed, but the strategy, as far as we're concerned, has remained the same. Build a network of clusters and a network of partners who can bring in and reach out to companies. But we have a bit of a different twist on it. It's not so much getting in touch with us. We'll find you there. One of our mottos is, who knew? And if we know that you are a company with capabilities that can contribute to advanced manufacturing in Canada, chances are we'll reach out to you and get you involved, whether it's in our projects or in our training programs or just coming to Hannover here. So it works both ways here, and we're pretty proactive in terms of being able to identify the leading edge companies in Canada and getting them in as partners.
Perfect. Thank you. And Julian?
Yeah, so in terms of engagement, we recognize that AI is still not widely known by companies. So we have to work specifically on education. And one decision we have taken a long time ago is to really work with service providers and product providers to help us, because we're a very small team. So at the end of the day, if you're a company who want to do AI, you don't have usually internal resources. So you will have to work with a service provider or a product provider. And we are really trying to equip these people to help us and provide support on our behalf. That's one way. The other way is we have 6 investment directors. Sean here is one of them. And they are a primary point of contact for organization, because we don't do so much call for projects. We really work on a continuous intake of projects. So discussing with our investment directors is usually the first way to get engaged with Scale AI, and then gradually build a project and then having this project being approved. So specifically linked to the specificities of AI development.
Perfect. Thank you. And digital, picking up on what my colleagues have said, you can find us or we'll find you. So you can find us. We have webinars that we carry on a regular basis, IP webinars that we hold regularly, where we'll have 100 or more organizations dialing into those on a regular basis, and those are free of charge. We also have project calls that come out regularly across the different streams, whether it's talent or whether it's health or whether it's mining or AI. And joining those project teams and exploring what might be in there. We have a lot of community engagement where we'll have member meetups that you can come either virtually or in person if you want to travel to Vancouver, or we come to other parts of the country. And then one area that I think we need to do a shout out here is our colleagues at ICED. So if in doubt, Government of Canada, Industry, Science, Economic Development, they know how to find us if you can't find us, and they can wayfind for you to get you to the right one of us. So if we don't find you, then you can find us through our websites or through Government of Canada, ICED. Jay, you want to say something?
Yeah, just a couple of things too. One of the things I want to also shout out is how we work together. Like, we trade leads, we identify possible project opportunities for each other. We're a good source of information about how, the broader innovation landscape and ecosystem right across the country. And of course, these days, you could be in digital, you could be in oceans, and clearly in AI, and they're all applicable in advanced manufacturing. And likewise, what a number of our companies are doing are supporting everybody else. That was one thing. The other thing is, we sometimes underestimate how important connections are, and what we do to introduce companies to each other. I've got a favorite story of a couple board members that they're working together in a project, but their offices were located across a parking lot from each other, and they never knew what the other company was doing until we made the introduction. So it's just that connectivity, and that leads to collaboration and all great things. But it's a pretty important role for all of us, I think.
100%. 100%. We convene, we connect. We're sort of the technology and innovation dating game in many ways for large and small organizations, and also across industries. So we've said a lot, guys, about what we do and how we do it. Why don't we spend a little bit of time talking about the outcomes and the impacts, because that's what our audience really wants to know, the so what. So Julianne, couple of stories about impacts that Scale AI has had for Canadian industry.
Yeah, I think the two type of impacts we are really looking for is, on one side, improvement of productivity. And that we had great example. Typically, I can name one project we did with Kruger Manufacturing. They built a new factory in Sherbrooke, fully digitalized, and with AI, we were able to help them manage that factory. And they were so successful, actually, they're extending this factory because they had so much gain using AI, they can really have a great return on investment. So that's really something we are doing, is really helping companies improve their productivity. But on the other side, we're also very proud to build an ecosystem in AI, and that's very important. So since we were created, we had multiple companies basically coming from 1 employee to more than 100 employee, now being able to develop AI solutions in Canada or abroad. Some of them are here. So like companies like Vuban, companies like Move AI, companies like Adastra, Foxfire, Ivado Labs, or others, they were basically companies that were virtually non-existent 4 years ago. Not only thanks to us, but we're able to help them grow by helping them find customers, develop their knowledge, accrue IP, and grow a strong ecosystem. So that's really the KPIs we are looking at.
Perfect. Thank you, Nancy. Let's do the round.
Thanks. So for us, I think it's 96% of our projects are led by SMEs. So the ocean space in Canada, there's a lot of small, medium-sized, and really exciting young companies coming up. And so maybe a couple things. For us, it's really exciting. So to Sue's point, it is about the convening, connecting, and off bringing together partners that might not have otherwise come together, and that really accelerates things, right? Like that's where we hear from the greatest value from our members. And so there's one company that comes to mind in particular that started with us 4 years ago with a project, and we really had to work to kind of get to the right place with it. But 4 years later, they're now in 50 markets globally, and have tremendous success. And so it's exciting to see, companies go from an idea in very early stages to kind of a global footprint. And maybe just another, example from another SME of ours is, we may feel like we're not noticed, or we may come from smaller communities, but it's the technology that matters. And so we are seeing a number of companies, but one company in particular that had kind of come back and told us that they are now competing with global giants for global contracts, and they're winning, and it's with their technology. So I think we need to step back for a second and really understand the strength that Canada has in this space, but also the opportunity to be bold, because I think we need to do more of that.
Well said. Well said. Jay.
Well, I can talk at a really high level, and I'll get there in a minute. But in terms of some of the projects that really stand out, things like 3D printing brain tissue that are now in 56 different labs around the world. Companies that we brought together to give small tech companies an opportunity they would never otherwise have with a larger company like ArcelorMittal, where we have a group of about 6 smaller companies digitizing hot ladle steel production, basically because people who can look into a vat of molten steel and tell the company when it's ready to pour the steel, they're all retiring, so they need something to do just about as good a job. So they're trying to digitize this, and we brought 6 small companies together to do that project. And the way our IP works, and of course we're all helping develop IP strategies, is ArcelorMittal, Dofasco in Canada says, look, we're a steel company, just don't give the IP to any other metals company. But what you're doing is developing a solution to handle hot hazardous liquids. So these companies have formed their own company to commercialize that solution, and are now working with chemical companies and food processing companies as well. So that's a great example. Our other investment I'm really proud of is in Omnia Bio. It's a biomanufacturing facility based in Hamilton, Ontario. It's giving rise to a number of different medical startups and stem cell biomanufacturing companies. We've already built a couple of unicorns coming out of that, and so you see the success of these companies. That's at the project level. We got many more there too, but we're really proud. In our first round of projects, we've invested $215 million, and we have 32 times the amount in terms of sales over the first 3 years of that investment. So really proud of what our project partners have been able to achieve.
Fabulous stories, and let me just tack on a few from digital. I'll tell you a couple of stories here. In 2021, the World Health Organization announced its top global health threats. They do it every year. One of the top global health threats is AMR, antimicrobial resistance, which you're all familiar with because you've lived through COVID, but basically antimicrobial resistance is when pathogens evolve to evade things like antibiotics. And the misprescription of antibiotics because of the evolution of pathogens will kill 10 million people every year. And if not addressed by 2030, it will kill 25 million people a year. That's the kind of challenge that we put out to our ecosystem of about 1,600 organizations. And we get a call from a little Canadian SME run by very young people who say, that's not a life sciences problem, that's a data problem. And fast forward through some interesting conversations about how the evolution of pathogens becomes a data problem. And Canada was recognized by the World Health Organization at the end of 2022 with the only technology that the World Health Organization will recognize for the treatment of AMR. That technology coming out of digital, developed really by a very small company in Vancouver, partnering with academics and larger companies, is now deployed and being used in every single country on the planet, making it likely the second most adopted health technology in the history of this country and saving millions of lives every year. That's a feel-good message for Canadians, and it's a remarkable message for a group of young entrepreneurs in Vancouver that now have a global platform. Into a totally different context, critical minerals. You can't swing a cat these days without hearing about electronic vehicles and the need for critical minerals if we're actually going to decarbonize. Jay, I know your cluster is very involved in that. Here's the challenge. Virtually all of the near-surface critical minerals around the world have been extracted. How do you get critical minerals out of the ground if they're up to 1 kilometer into the earth? We get a phone call from a young guy who says, I used to work at a research facility in Vancouver, and years ago we built an X-ray machine, very high-power X-ray machine, and we weren't quite sure how to deploy it. We think we can deploy it to find critical minerals. Okay, we bring organizations around the table to look at this X-ray machine. Fast forward, Canada has developed the first Earth X-ray using muon tomography to identify the presence and absence of critical minerals up to a kilometer in the earth. And this small company, Ideon Explorations in British Columbia, is now working with 4 of the 5 largest miners in the world and has this technology deployed all across Australia and all across Canada and expanding around the world. Again, another fantastic story for Canadian innovation, another fantastic story for Canada and for the world. So you've heard a couple of stories, and I'm sure, we could sit, Jay, you know what, I don't know who you got booked here, but I think we could sit here in this cabin for the rest of the conference and tell stories about innovation. But why don't we do this? Next year, Canada is the lead partner for Hannover 2025. And why don't we hear from each one of you, what's the message you want to give to Canadians and to potentially global partners about Hannover 2025 and why they got to be here? Jay, up to you first.
Well, our target is to bring over 200 exhibitors here next year, and I guess my message is not only come to Hanover, take a look around, see the leading technologies, but Canadian companies have so much to offer, so much to showcase, and when you look around, what you find are Canadian technologies embedded in some of the world's best technologies that are being demonstrated here by global companies. So we don't have to be afraid of coming to Hanover. We've got some of the best technologies in the world, and you better be here because this is where the place to do business.
Perfect. Nancy.
Just building on that, I guess we every day get to see innovation and technology that is really helping put Canada at the forefront in a lot of different industries. And so I think that with Hanover next year, this is just a continued opportunity to build on those conversations. But building on my last comment, I think we need to approach that by being bold. We have so much to offer. We have so much ability to compete with the world. And so I think this is our opportunity to really step that up and send a strong message.
Yeah, I think in AI we have quite a specific ecosystem because in Europe most companies tend to do AI internally, which is not the case in Canada. So we have service providers that have unique capabilities, and so my only message would be you need to be here because that's great. That's creating absolutely incredible opportunity to export your solution. So don't miss it for sure.
Yeah, and just rounding it out, Canada, as you've heard from the conversation today, has remarkable innovation going on across multiple domains in different models that will allow small companies to grow, large companies to find partners, organizations to work together. And what better place than one of the world's largest manufacturing conferences, Hannover Messe 2025, to meet, potential partners, to find opportunities to grow your company, to find opportunities to find investors, and to do something that Canadians are really, really determined to do, and that is to own the podium. We own the podium in a lot of athletic endeavors, and we're going to own the podium in innovation, in technology development, and bring all the good that Canada has to the world. So be here in 2025. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks for dropping in, you guys. That's great. Thanks. Lee, welcome to the cabin.
Thank you.
I'm here today with Lee Clark, who's the vice president from E3 Lithium. Tell us a little bit about E3 Lithium.
I'd be happy to. The title that I've given to this presentation is Canada, ESG, and the Alberta Advantage, because I do think that in Canada, with the critical mineral supply shortage that we're all facing as we move the electric vehicle transition forward, I do think Canada needs to start punching, and can punch above its weight on the supply side as well. Lots of great investment in the downstream in Ontario and Quebec. We've got Canadian, North American demand that's present, but we also have the supply. And I'd love to see Canada match up its supply side with all that demand, particularly because I think on a relative basis, our environmental, social, our governance record in Canada is so strong. And when we're in conversations with potential battery manufacturers, cell manufacturers, and the vehicle manufacturers themselves, that is a very attractive element to our potential to supply them. And that can be said for graphite mines in Canada, silver mines in Canada, but also the direct extraction of lithium from brine resources we have in Alberta. So I'll tell you a little bit about that.
Yeah, no, that'd be great. So it's not just a mining operation that you guys are driving here.
No, we're briners, not miners. So we like our friends in the mining industry, but we do draw a distinction in terms of our footprint, very, very small. And when we're done, and I'll explain this, you will never know we were there, because in Alberta, any subsurface activity that you undertake, when you're done, you have to completely abandon your facilities and reclaim the land to its original purpose. For us, that's mostly agricultural land in central Alberta. So,
well, tell us a little bit more.
I will if I can learn how to drive this guy. There we go. Give folks a sense of where we are. We're in Western Canada, in Alberta. For those that don't know, Alberta has been Canada's oil and gas production center for many, many years. The geology is very strong. We have had massive natural gas and oil reserves that we've produced and supplied North America for many, many years. We have all the know-how and understanding of how to understand the geology, how to extract those resources, and how to do it in a very environmentally and social license conscious way. We're highly regulated, all of us, by a very, very strong regulator with lots of experience. And we do happen to have in Alberta a very big resource. It is the reservoir, the blue area on the right is our permit area. It's not up in the bush in the middle of nowhere. It's actually right in central Alberta and right between the two major cities of Calgary and Edmonton. All the infrastructure's there, roads, rail, power. And like I said, if you were to come with me today to Alberta and drive through that footprint, you'd see facilities all over the place associated with oil and gas production, wellheads, new wells being drilled, pipelines crisscross the area. So it's already somewhat of a brownfield area to begin with. That said, it has beautiful agricultural operations on the surface. But our interaction with the surface owners is all highly regulated. The rates that we would pay for interrupting agricultural operations are all set. And in fact, I actually have landowners in the area calling me and saying, when you're ready to drill wells to produce the brine, give me a call, because for them it's additional farm revenue. So we're not far from the U.S. border. It's a big reserve. Right now we've got a measured and indicated booked reserve, i.e. booked, it's third-party validated, of 16 million tons of lithium carbonate equivalent, or LCE. And we're in the process of completing our pre-feasibility study to confirm the economics and the engineering. And then we will be going to market soon. And we've had government support in helping us get there for the project financing. But if we're able to bring it on, the area is so big that our first plant will produce about 30,000 metric tons of battery-grade lithium on site in Alberta in its first production, but we can scale that with other plants to probably about 150,000 tons a year. Great news story for Alberta, great news story for Canada, and I think it really nicely can meet the demand that's being created in North America. North America is unique in that sense that we have both supply and demand for these critical minerals, whereas the other areas you get critical minerals from, Australia perhaps has lots of supply but not much demand. And most of their lithium and other products go through China for processing. Europe has a lot of demand and no supply. But Canada and the US working together have both the supply side and the demand side, and makes us a very strong continental combination. And more domestic supply means more supply security, and we like our positioning on that. So,
Sounds good.
this just to give you an example, I was talking about what our facilities will look like. In last summer, we did a pilot plant test, which looks very much like a traditional oil and gas type of facility. We drilled a well, we produced brine, we stored the brine, and then in the white tent that says Canada on it, because we had some federal funding from NRCan, so thank you, NRCan, we tested three innovative technologies for extracting the lithium from the brine. You pump it to the surface, put it through the extraction system, pulls the lithium off. Spent brine goes back down under and keeps the reservoir pressurized and pushes more lithium towards the well. And we were able to confirm that the direct lithium extraction technologies, which are kind of like a water softener in your house, instead of taking a calcium ion out and putting a sodium ion in to soften your water, the systems that we have tested, our own that we've built, and two third-party technologies, pull the lithium ion off and substitute a potassium ion for it. So it's sort of innovative, innovating on traditional water treatment systems that exist today. And this year we are planning to actually scale up in the field at this site, repurpose the site, and build a full demo facility, which I think will be exciting for us, because off-takers like the electric vehicle manufacturers, the battery manufacturers, and even the cell and cathode manufacturers are all looking for the minerals. So we're in conversations with companies from Europe, from Asia, and in North America about potentially supplying, but they want to see us demonstrated in the field, not just the DLE side, but also taking what we get out of the DLE, which is a lithium concentrate, and converting it into actually battery-grade lithium on site. And a lot of companies, some of them who are here today, are waiting to see if we can actually do that. And we're confident we will, but we've got a bit more work to do this year. So,
Well, could I ask you? You're talking about both the extraction of lithium from the brine, and then also the upgrading of lithium up to, which is the more complicated process?
Actually, probably, I'm not the scientist there, but I would say that the actual conversion is probably a more involved chemical process or electrolytic process. The actual extraction is a fairly simple reaction that's going on, low energy, keeps our carbon footprint down, and the conversion is chemical, so again, not a big power draw on it, but there's more bells and whistles, pots and pans on the conversion than there are on this miracle of ion exchange. What you need in your ion exchange is a very selective sorbent that really pulls just lithium, leaves all of the impurities behind. And so there's massive science there, but it's not particularly complicated. But when you get down to the molecular level of how those sorbents are designed, that's where it gets that's where it gets crazy about, and that's where the chemists, the big brain chemists in our company, are working very hard. So yeah, probably the conversion is a little, but I would say the conversion is commercialized already. It's TRL 9. What isn't TRL'd yet is lithium, the extraction part. And we're not the only ones trying to do direct extraction like this. We're certainly the leaders in Canada. We've got the biggest resource, but this is happening in Arkansas. Exxon has invested in a big project in Arkansas to do something similar. They're using a different DLE than we have, but the world is chasing that answer to, can we avoid having open pit mines to get lithium, or can we avoid pumping brine to the surface like they do in South America and flooding a valley, letting the sun do the work? Everybody's chasing the answer on DLE, and we think we've found an answer that works and will work for Canada, and that would allow us to match up the demand that we now have in central Canada for lithium for cathodes with a Canadian resource. So we're really excited. We think it really completes the story for Canada. And like I said, Canada should be able to punch above its weight, because we've got, as I said, we've got a great environmental regime in place. You'll never know we were there when we're done. Obviously, we've got good labor laws in Canada. We're a stable jurisdiction, and we're right just to the north of our good friends to the south, and a lot of the demand is being driven by the U.S. demand. Yeah. Just, I won't linger on this too much. I probably should add this slide earlier. It's just basically a schematic that shows you the subsurface brine is pumped to the surface. It's put through an extraction facility and then a conversion facility, which we will working to demonstrate this year, because we do have those car manufacturers and battery manufacturers are prepared to take our samples and determine if they meet their specifications, but they want to see us do it on site, and then it gets re-injected. And if, as long as we do a good job with the landowners in the area, we're basically inheriting a social license to operate that pre-exists. We should be able to leverage that opportunity. I do all of our landowner engagement. In fact, I have to fly back to Calgary early because I'm going to go meet with a number of farmers in the area. If we can keep that trust, I think we've got a very good pathway to a very high ESG, low carbon lithium solution right here in Canada, or not here, but right back home in Canada.
That's great, and as you were saying, lots of brine there. Everything that happened to bring us oil and gas is right under the...
Alberta's geology keeps on giving. It's a bit of a miracle. And the last thing I will say is, to the extent that we have domestic or power needs, there is a reservoir deeper than this, which is suitable for capture and storage. So we're exploring the opportunity to actually do on-site power generation, capture the carbon and re-inject it, and truly be zero emission lithium, other than what comes our class 2 and our class 3, but on a class 1 basis, we think we can get to zero even. So like I said, Alberta's geology just keeps on giving. So thank you for the opportunity to be here today.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Lee.
Yeah.
Next steps for
E3, we were two things. One is we're completing our pre-feasibility study. That's critical. Like most mining companies in Canada and brining companies now in Canada, we're regulated by the national securities regulators post-BRIEX. For those who remember BRIEX, there are now very prescriptive requirements one must go through as a resource developer. And we're completing our pre-feasibility study this summer. What we've learned from the pilot and what we will learn for the demo will help inform that pre-feasibility study. Once we get to pre-feasibility and can produce from that demo plant, we do expect the customers to then come to us and say, okay, if as and when you can actually produce it from your plant at our quality volumes, we are prepared to provide you some form of de-risking capital up front, because that's the big lift for any miner is you can prove your project will work, but you still need to raise capital. So get the pre-fees done, have a good demo facility, and then work with government and with potential off-takers to help de-risk the project and get it financed. Our path to permitting, because of that regime that's already in place, is quite straight and quite short. If I do a good job with landowners in particular, because we're not in Crown land, we don't have we will have Indigenous engagement, but we don't have, there's not a duty to consult because we're not on Crown land. Versus an open pit mine, perhaps in the Crown land, relatively speaking, we think our path to permitting is pretty straightforward. The Alberta government's very supportive of us. Canadian government are very supportive, and they can be because they know they've got a regulator watching us very closely. So, and we know what the rules are, and we're excited to meet and exceed those rules.
And if everything goes well, what's the timeline up to demonstration, then full production?
A demo this year, and then begin the permitting. We've selected a site, and actually the site for our central processing facility is a brownfield site that we found. I can't tell you where it is, but we have one that we're going to repurpose for this. Bring our applications this fall to the regulator, Alberta Energy Regulator, and that we would like to be breaking ground in late 2025 and hopefully on production in late 26, early 27, maybe, and 30,000 tons of battery-grade lithium in Alberta right across the border from the U.S. So
Sounds good.
Yeah. Well,
all the best.
Yeah. We'll
good luck.
Chat next year and see where we got to next year.
Excellent. Yeah. Count on you being here next year too.
Thanks for the time.
Yeah. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
You gonna sit or you want to sit? I'm standing. You know what it is. So welcome everyone. My name is David Shen. I represent A-Century. And A-Century, we develop software automation products as well as we specialize in supplying highly specialized RF-based hardware components. And we do this for the wireless communication industry. So with me today, I have Fan Zhang, who is the guy managing our hardware division. But before I begin, I just want to spend a few moments. I want to thank NGen. We're not even a member of NGen, and here we are. We are presenting in their booth. So I want to really take a moment just to thank you for that. In the spirit of partnership, one of our key objectives, in fact, one of our product divisions is we're looking for robot manufacturers. And I'll spend a few moments later to talk about why. We have several different product divisions that we specialize in, and I'll get to them in a bit of a minute. So, rapid fire, real quick, who's A-Century? We're located, Toronto-based company, founded in 2011. A little bit about what we do. We've got 4 product divisions. Lambda was born from the RF lab, and we're serving telco carrier operators. So when we first began, we sold test and measurement equipment to the telco operators. And in that process, we realized common problems across multiple carriers. And so we developed software to help orchestrate and automate many of the manual processes there. So that is representative of Lambda, which is one of our product divisions. The second product division that we want to talk about is, of course, Radiocom. And that's Fan's baby. We started off by supplying RF components, which is essentially the building blocks of cellular networks for telcos, for chipset manufacturers, as well as even the network equipment vendors like Nokia, Ericsson, and so forth. So one cool thing that we were showing, Fan doesn't have it, we have it at our desk, is our cryogenic cables. So these are special RF cables that operate at very low, ultra low temperatures. So they maintain the performance at extreme low temperatures. And some of the target customers that we're looking for are quantum computing manufacturers who also use these cables, as well as particle physics research labs and a few others. So I will maybe pass off to Fan here to talk more about, you're the expert at Radiocom. Why don't you talk a little bit about that?
Thanks, David, and good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for joining us for this introduction. So I'm going to give a bit more detailed introduction of the product, our key products. So this actually, the first one is RF attenuation array, which David introduced a little bit. Basically, all the RF, like wireless vendors and wireless operators, they got actually paying for the RF signal control. That's why we developed this kind of RF attenuators. We go through, we allow the RF signal go through the cable, then use certain way to control RF signal strength, then connect to the devices. So with a very compact size, you can see that it's my hand size of these like attenuation array. It can control maximum up to 8 base station signal, then connect to 16 devices, which allow those wireless operators or vendors run any kind of RF test. So, and also it supports all the wireless band and also support power over Ethernet. So it makes the connection to these small boxes much simpler. So basically, together with our Lambda wireless central control and automation test system, we make our customer, wireless vendors and operators and some RF labs life much easier. And second one is exactly what David introduced, cryogenic cable. Cryogenic cable is an RF cable, but RF cable actually working under very low temperatures. Today, a lot of applications, especially like medical, aerospace, and like quantum computing, actually are using RF cables under very low temperatures. But the major challenge for this is actually under low temperature, the performance got changes. So how can you keep the temperature stability for the RF cable? That's actually a challenge. So you have to find a different material to work under different temperature lower temperature with very stable performance. So we actually developed this kind of a niobium titanium material-based cable to run that. Actually, it has perfect performance under a very low temperature. Some are actually like under superconducting temperature. It's close to absolute zero, minus 273 degrees. So it can still keep the temperature stability.
Say that again, Fan. What was the temperature?
Minus 273 degrees.
There we go.
Oh, this is close to that, right? Celsius
Yes.
degree, yeah, that's
Yes.
right. So this is actually, give it an example, right? For a quantum computer, it has 3 different layers. The lowest layer, it's running under, that superconducting temperature environment. This is close to that. But actually, furthermore, they have other areas need to use, like minus 200 degrees, and then the regular temperature. They also need to use the RF cables. So the cost of niobium titanium cable is so expensive. So how can you solve this kind of problem? Then we develop other 2 types of cable, also for this kind of application. So the copper nickel cable, which runs, under like minus 150 to minus 200 degrees, and then the aluminum alloy cable, which actually work in a regular temperature. So with this kind of solution, we can provide actually a complete solution for all different kind of applications for the RF cables. And then the last one I'm going to introduce is our radio component, the multiplexer solution. A lot of operators, especially recently, more and more spectrum are involving for the cellular systems, like 4G, 5G. So today actually a lot of the operators are using new bands like 2.6 gig or 3.5 CBRS bands. So, but more bands means actually you may have to put more antennas, but there's very limited room in the roof tower, or actually rooftop. So the solution is you use some way to combine RF signal to share the existing antennas. That's why we develop our multiplexers, which allow to combine multiple RF signals and then share the same antenna. This is actually extra low pin. The pin performance is perfect, but also we do customization because different operators, like in Europe, in North America, they use different bands, and they might use some are like 3 signal. You have to combine them together. Then we design triplexer. Some are even like 5 RF signal combined. So we use 5 plexers. So we do customized design those like multiplexers for our customers. Today, all our multiplexers are used for most of the tier 1 operators in North America. Yeah. So I get back to
All right.
David,
Thank you,
the
Fan.
last session.
So I get the pleasure of talking about the last product division, Symmatrix. Symmatrix is an all-in-one software platform to develop RF filters. Okay, so every wireless communication device has an antenna, and every antenna has a filter to manage signal. And we develop software that can help engineers design these filters. So currently, the current capability, we support wireless communication devices for satellite communications, aerospace and defense, and 5G base station radios, radar communications. So that's our current capability. We just recently, in fact, the federal government released a press release to announce over $800,000 with which we will match to invest in the development of the R&D and development of a design and simulation software for semiconductor-based filters, which will expand our scope quite significantly. So this is a really exciting new thing that we're doing. The other aspect of this product division is we have a manufacturing component. So in addition to providing ways to accelerate using AI and automation to accelerate RF filter design for engineers, we also provide intelligence to help them manufacture the filters. The thing about filters and RF components in general is that they're very sensitive. So if you have deviations to manufacturing tolerances, the physical attributes and characteristics of that cavity can impact the RF performance quite significantly. So the designers, in fact, design these cavities with screws, which you can tune, screw in or screw out, in order to tune the performance of that filter during manufacturing. So today, we have a manual solution using our intelligence. An operator can look at the screen and identify which screw to screw in or screw out. And so that works well. However, with increased volume, we need to consider automation. So at this point, we're in the beginning stages of developing and working on developing a robotic solution to help automate this. So we're working with Sheridan College, in fact, today, developing some of the prototypes, and hopefully in the future we'll have something to share in the show next year or for years to come. So I think from a timing perspective, I think it's not too bad, not too long. We're over there, just across the pathway. If you have any questions about what we do, or if you can assist us at all in terms of our endeavor and journey and some of the things that we're doing, please give us a ring. Happy to talk more. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Michel, welcome to the cabin here.
Thank you.
I'm joined today by Michel Bessner, who is the Vice President of Business Development with Preview
3D, yes.
From Montreal. So, Michel, tell us a little bit about Preview 3D.
Great. Well, first, thank you for inviting me here. Like, I love this setting. Like, the fireside chat is really, I love the format.
Yeah, watch out, this fireplace gets a little hot.
Yes. So we're a software company, like you say, out of Montreal. We've been around for 6 years. A lot of it was building the foundation of our digital twin solution. So you look at the manufacturing industry, the challenge often is you have all this information in the engineering process with CAD and BIM systems. You've got information in your enterprise ERP, PLM systems. And the challenge is, how do you make sure that you've got the single version of the truth? Like, if you're looking at a CAD model, is this the actual representation of the facility? You know, if you have an old version, outdated version, then you might make decisions from an engineering perspective that are not correct. So the trick is really to start with reality. And so most projects start with 3D scanning, or we call it reality capture. So the focus on our company is really to take reality capture and create a sort of a user interface to all the data environments that you have within a manufacturing company. So we take the scanning data and we create these hyper-realistic 3D looking environments that are easy to navigate and visualize. It almost feels like you're playing a game, but you're within a tool for manufacturing engineering processes. And then we connect with the CAD systems, the BIM information, connecting with enterprise systems and other information. They're really creating a system that creates rich context that enables different workforce. Whether you're doing engineering design, creating new design layouts that helps you improve your production line, for example. Or maybe you want to do some health and safety documentation and provide a rich visual context so that people can understand. Because if you look at a CAD file, for example, well, not obvious to everybody. If you look at a digital twin of the facility, you get it, you understand, you see the machine, it's right there in front of you, you see the rust on it, if it's an outside equipment, you see the defects, you see it as it is. Really. So that's the first version of the truth comes from a reality that we capture and we enable into our software.
Right, so the old files are they're static when they were made, but they're old. And so when the data is captured in real time, the real data, and then you take a look at the difference between what is the reality versus what's on file. How different do you find that?
There's different ways for doing that. Of course, there's tools that we're coming out with where it allows you to compare the reality that you've captured and, let's say, your CAD model. So you can actually do what we call an asset compare. So you compare all the machines well located, are they well identified and named. Each asset in the factory has a unique number, ID, right? And so making sure that it's correctly reflecting reality. If not, you need to inform your engineering department that the CAD environment is out of date. And so there's different processes, whether you're doing scan to BIM or reverse engineering, to retrofit your CAD model to properly reflect what's in reality, right?
Right. So who are your customers then?
Our customers are the leading companies in manufacturing, automotive, food production companies, oil and gas, really all the manufacturing sites that are complex in shape, size, and some of them, like oil and gas, some of these sites have been around for 100 years, right? So they don't have all the documentation. You look at the scale of an oil refinery, they don't necessarily, it's not easy to keep up to date everything. And so relying on reality capture and creating an interactive environment like we do changes their ability to accelerate their design process, ultimately their maintenance operation, planning better their asset inspections. Really the challenge is going from just seeing to understanding as well, right? If you look at a site, you might say, okay, great, I can see it, cool, right? But then help me understand, where are my hot water pipes, my cold water pipes, my acetone liquid pipes, or toxic liquids and whatever else. And there's all these complex systems, and to understand these things, not easy. Let's say you are planning an asset inspection and some of these equipment require scaffolding. Well, scaffolding takes time to assemble, right? What if you can better plan your inspection planning? If you say, can you show me all the elbow pipes that needs to be inspected next week that require scaffolding, and to be visualizing that into the environment. Recently, we're talking to our customer that they had sent 2 different teams to do a specific task and the same job location. So obviously, the 2 teams could not work at the same time. And so these are things that you're seeing all the time. So helping that. So our customers are really dealing with these complex environment. So companies in oil and gas like Chevron, Agropur in the dairy industry are some of our customers that we have.
And of course, the reality capture really becomes the up-to-date data that you're working with. So in a lot of cases, you don't need the previous files. You just work on the model itself, and then can work under various scenarios. Not only understanding, but then pre-planning and everything else going forward.
Exactly. So our view, and that's why we've called these assets reality assets, right? It's a combination of whatever data you have. So some of the assets, you might just need a scanned version because you don't need a CAD version because it's not needed. If you need the CAD version for whatever reason, perfect. You combine the CAD and the BIM with those reality assets, and then we give you flexibility in the user interface to display the type of information that matters to you. So if you're more into the engineering process versus an asset inspection manager, you want to see the same assets, but the data you want to see linked to it is different.
And then the other part is like it's not just one process, but it's the entire system that's working. I think that's and then not just the physical assets, but the data flows as well, which would be important.
Absolutely. And so our focus is not to be yet another system that manages all the data. We're focusing on the mapping of reality to all the underlying engineering, CAD, to maintenance operations, to asset management systems that are out there. Like all of these companies have so many systems. And the problem is like the data is there, but it's not contextualized to the facility. And that's really one of the core value of a digital twin, is to really help visually understand the space. I show you like a space that's been scanned and you see it, you get it. Like if I say, oh, look here, there's some challenges of like it's a dangerous area because you have to, lay low because there's some lower objects, you get it. If I show you like a drawing or just one picture, you might not fully understand the context as much.
Right. And as you say too, there's so much data that's there. How do you know which data is really important to the system?
Exactly. So it's all about the data mapping process, right? So you have a pump. That pump has data from different systems. How you connect the dots on all those informations. So when you're searching for something, like show me all the pumps that are running at high pressure that have not been inspected over the past 2 weeks. Well, suddenly you're finding information that otherwise might be possible, but not necessarily as easy. Same thing when you're looking at a CAD model. Well, if you're looking to plan an inspection and install scaffolding, well, the CAD model is somewhat perfect, right? It's a simplified version of the space. You look at a factory, there's a lot of weird stuff hanging around and cables and everything else. So the installation of the scaffolding, although on paper looks very easy in the CAD model, if you look at reality, suddenly it changes the situation. And someone might say, well, wait, no, we can't do this here because there's this little thing here that we can't go there, so we need to install this in a different way. So again, providing more context into the reality aspect.
So I've got lots of questions, but
Yep.
What for Preview 3D? What's your competitive edge? What really makes your system stand out? That you build a pretty successful customer base. What do they value?
Great question. So for us, it's really historically 3D scanning data has been used to create better CAD models. And then they would trash the data because they don't need it anymore. It was just for capturing as a reference. There's a huge amount of value and the richness into the 3D scanning data. And some of the videos that we play in our booth and that's playing here on the screen really demonstrate that richness. And so we're protecting that value while connecting all the underlying dots of CAD, engineering, maintenance, operation, while keeping that layer of value. And so that's a unique differentiator to other systems. The other factor is that we've designed this with gaming technologies in mind, really in making tools that are easier to learn. Historically, tools have been hard to learn, to master, right? The new generation of workforce they've been growing up playing games. So they expect tools that are very easy to learn, and you start playing with the tools, not spending years to master them. And that's part of our focus, making really easy to use tools that deliver what you want to achieve.
You know, that's so important. We one of our initiatives is called Careers of the Future.
Yeah.
And what we're trying to do is encourage young people to pursue careers in advanced manufacturing. And one of the themes that we have is, like, regardless of what your interests are, there's probably a job for you in manufacturing. If you like playing games, come and play games on 3D imaging and digital twins, for example, and have a good time. But it's funny, when we launched this, we didn't know what the response was going to be, and we went out to various social media channels, and what we found was that where it resonated best were with students who like to play games. So on the games and some of the gaming channels, there was a huge amount of pickup. And the other thing that we found was the majority were coming from girls.
Yeah.
Too. So what you're doing is really appealing to a broader generation of people who understand technology, but like to play with technology, not just see it as a tool. And in playing around with it, we'll come up with all sorts of different opportunities.
Totally, and it's really important what you're mentioning, because you'd think that why people would come to the manufacturing space, right? Well, I think it's for the companies to make it more interesting, right? And so having these new tools that are easy to learn, that are fun to play with, work is not a fun place as much, but the enjoyment of the tools that you're using makes a big difference. So if you want to attract these new kids that are growing up with playing these games, you cannot show them like in a very old, outdated, cryptic, PLM system with a lot of like Excel-like matrix information. They're not going to be excited about that. You give them the same data into a much better visual context, they'll get it, and they'll become more efficient. And you're seeing the same thing with AI, right? AI is going to enable more of the underlying elements to be seamless, and it's all to make products more enjoyable, but make it obvious for these younger generations to embrace and want to work for industries that you might not think they want to work for. And we're seeing that some of our customers are investing in those technologies just for that, to really attract new talent that otherwise they would be a struggle.
Well, and it's not only a great testing tool, but a great training tool too.
Exactly. And that's one thing you're seeing with like this notion of a digital twin, right? You're addressing issues from a design engineering process to how you improve your maintenance and operations. And then suddenly the same platform can be used to improve your health and safety planning procedures, your HR onboarding training programs. Now, they're not going to start investing for that, but it becomes an intrinsic benefit of having invested into a digital twin. And we're seeing that from the feedback from our customers, where they go, we start to talk to you about engineering workflows or maintenance operation workflows, and then they start piling up more and more use cases, because they're like, wait, we could do this with this as well, and this and that. And that increases the value and the ROI of a solution like ours.
So I've got a couple of questions. It's a bit of a twist on the same issue. The first is, what are some of as you go out and you're working with manufacturers, what are some of the challenges you see that they're facing in adopting your technology? Because it's not just simply hey, I've got a great solution for you, here it is.
Great question. So the first challenge is like the digital twin, is a notion that is still new for a lot of people. So first challenge is, how far is the company in its digital twin maturity journey, right? Some companies, even big companies, are still very early. They're still they know about it, they heard about it, they've seen demos, they've seen trade shows, but they're still early in their process. You have other companies that are well advanced in developing and deploying digital twins. So first thing is to make sure that you're aligning our customer relationship with the right level of maturity. So if you're early, we'll work with you in building a very simple proof of concept, a pilot project, just to get the conversation started. If you're more advanced, then we can really talk more about the deeper details about what it means. Challenge also is that for these companies, they're not used to deal with small startups. They used to deal buying from the big companies, and the challenge is on both sides. Like for a startup, the procurement process of winning a company like Chevron, it's months and years of work because you need to get in the system, you need to pass security checks, you need to do so many things that even before you get your first PO is needed. And that's a long process, which is one challenge. But for them, is they need to accept that as much as it's important to do all these processes, they need to be more flexible in dealing with this new technology, these new companies that are smaller in size, that might not have all the resources that a big company like SAP might have in dealing with the typical process. And we're seeing that like a few years ago to today, I've seen a major shift where it's becoming easier to deal with those companies that before would have been impossible, and now they're realizing that, hey, we need to embrace these new innovations, the new technologies, so they need to be a bit more flexible as we help them also embrace the digital twin curve of maturity.
I've always seen digital twins, especially when it comes to factory layout here, as a way to really kind of accelerate the continuous improvement process that, on lean manufacturing, best manufacturing practices process. It all depends on people understanding what their processes are and what adds value, and that which is good grounding, and all digital twins just make all that much more visible.
Yep.
And so instead of going into a room and working all this out, what's the model case or what's the best case, and what do you think is the situation right now, and then going on the shop floor and spending a week trying to rearrange equipment, you could do that in a matter of seconds. A digital twin.
Absolutely. And we're seeing that double acceleration, right? Because to your point, moving physical assets is complex. It's dangerous. Like some of these sites have dangerous equipment and liquids and everything else. You could die easily if something goes wrong, right? It's also about the process. Like traditional CAD tools are still very hard and cumbersome. So we're seeing ourselves like helping the design process, like you say, doing things in minutes. Like I've seen one of our customers, they were like just having a conference call about a design layout, and they're like, what if we do it this way? And then within the next hour, the engineer sends a new design, say, I just did it, right? Which would have been before like days of working a traditional CAD software to get the same idea placed in the concept level. So you're accelerating like so many ways that before it was not possible. And that's changing a lot. And again, back to your point, when you start with reality, you don't have to, let's say you need to update your CAD models. Great, you do that, but that will take weeks. You can start with Pre-3D with just the reality models we have and start moving the building blocks the day you get the data and start working right there. Quickly iterate new design concept, then bind in your CAD elements as you have those models being created, and accelerate your entire design engineering process.
So my second question, kind of building on that, is when you're looking at customers, what do the customers need to have in place in order to be able to use the digital twin effectively here? What are kind of the business requirements that they need to have in order to really effectively use your solution?
Great question. Actually, the barrier is very low, right? So the one thing we need ourselves, you just need a scan of the facility. So if you already have some scans, you're ready to go. We can just take this data, import it into our system, and create a reality mesh, reality assets as we show in this video. If you don't have that, you just need to plan the scanning process, and there's scanning companies doing that in every major cities in the world. So it's easy access. You do your scan, get the data into our system, and you can already start using the building blocks. Yes, if you want to integrate with your CAD environment, integrate with your ERPs and other things, that's more work, but you can do it progressively. The barrier to start playing with your digital world is virtually, in a matter of days. And that's a big change as well, because the people are used to like, okay, how many months before we can do something? Here, like, get your scan done, get into our system, we'll convert a scan to a full 3D mesh in hours, overnight for a bigger data set, and you're ready to go. You can already start viewing, navigating, cutting assets, moving things around, and then you build from that.
And so, Michelle, what's your business model then? What sort of service are you actually offering your customers?
Absolutely. So first, we're a software company providing a software subscription. So all of our products are based on either a data consumption model based on number of gigabytes that you consume or process, or floating user licenses for active users, right? So that's a fairly simple process. We also get involved in some turnkey projects because sometimes the company's like, well, yeah, eventually we'll hire and outsource a lot of different groups, but we just want to start small with a small POC pilot project, and we'll help them. We'll help them find a scanning provider, and we'll provide that turnkey service just to accelerate their onboarding in entering this digital twin maturity process, right?
Are you also finding more interest in sort of working with a network of companies? I mean, I'm thinking, just mapping out and doing the same type of digital twin application, but more for a supply chain, for innovation projects, for instance.
There's a huge opportunity of creating an ecosystem here, right? So both with, engineering firms or scanning service providers and working with them and enabling the generation of these scans or creating the integration of CAD with our reality assets. Our reality assets also will become more and more accessible through different other software. So if you're, let's say, in a Revit, we're coming soon an integration where right inside of Revit, you'll be able to access our reality assets, the meshes that we generate, to make it easier for Revit users. And you can think of any CAD software or other systems where if they want to get this type of data that we generate into our solution, it becomes accessible platform to platform integration, making it easier, accelerating everything. And so that's the kind of ecosystem we're working right now to build that will completely change how people understand the use of reality capture in the manufacturing process.
And what about access and communication of data? How easy is interoperability here, and how does that integrate with your solution?
So we've built this web component, reality platform, just for that, to make it easy to access, share, and collaborate. You want to be able to log in to like any laptop, and we don't have mobile tablets. That will come soon, but really just having an easy access for anybody, because it's not everybody that has a big machine, right? So we're always working to improve the usability, the simplicity, the performance of the system to make it accessible to as many users within the company.
Super. You're here at Hannover.
Yeah.
What do you think?
This is the place to be if you're trying to sell to manufacturing companies. There's no reason in the world that you should not be here. This is a major event. We've had great opportunities for the past 2 days. Major companies in manufacturing, automotive. Our booth has been really, busy. We're so happy to be part of this whole Canadian Pavilion. Massive opportunity. For sure, we'll be here next year, without a doubt.
Excellent. That was my other
Yes.
question. Anything else you'd like to tell us about Preview?
I just want to thank everybody for listening to this presentation. If you want to see us, we're in all 17. We have live presentations, great content. If you have any questions, you want to know more, we can help you embark into the digital twin process. More than happy to help your companies go there.
Good. Thanks for dropping in the cabin.
Thank you. You're a pro.
All right, hello everybody. I'm here from the Fundry. I'd like to thank NGen for supporting us and bringing us here. And I'd like to talk to you today a little bit about the Canadian R&D and technology ecosystem and how it supports R&D in Canada. So, title of the talk is, what are you leaving on the table? Not everyone knows kind of the depth of funding opportunities that are available to Canadian companies to fund R&D. So we're going to be talking about that and how you can use this system to de-risk your R&D strategy, either as a Canadian company or as a partner who wants to work with Canadian companies. All right, so to begin with, Canada has a deep talent pool in high tech, as I think is well known. Sorry. Just got to keep my notes up. So we have a highly educated workforce. Of course, I think this was mentioned by some other speakers in the last couple of days. 60% of our workers aged 25 to 64 possess a post-secondary education. That is the first in the OECD, as far as I was able to tell with a Google search. 1.4 million technology workers as of 2023. So clearly there are a lot of talented workers available in Canada to support your R&D efforts. So we have a strong academic research network. We have a lot of high-ranking, globally recognized universities. We have U of T over in the corner here, U of Toronto. You can go speak to them if you want to know more about how to do a research partnership with researchers and research departments at U of T. As an example, I've put up the University of Waterloo, which ranked 22nd globally in computer science and 29th in electrical and electronic engineering. So another thing to note is that we have deep integration between academia and the private sector. So there are a lot of programs available that directly link together academic departments and researchers with private industry. And lastly, the third main advantage I want to talk about is governmental funding support for advanced R&D in Canada. Thank you. So first of all, we have an extremely favorable tax environment for R&D in Canada. If you're a Canadian firm, most likely you're familiar with the SR&ED tax credit. We'll talk about that a little bit more in a bit. But we also have a very strong federal and regional network of grant programs and other non-dilutive funding support for innovative businesses in Canada. Okay. So as far as supporting academic research in relation to private industry in Canada, the main government agency is NSERC. So this is the Natural Sciences and Engineering Research Council of Canada. So as you can see, in 2019 to 2020, $1.3 billion was spent by NSERC to support research in Canada. And a large amount of this was spent on research partnerships with private industry. So for example, I just picked two categories in which NSERC spends money. So of this 1.3 billion, we have about $209 million in manufacturing investments with 1,053 industrial partners. And in terms of information and communication technologies, there was $206 million with 602 industrial partners. So clearly, there's a lot of support for deeply integrated with the private sector, with the academic research community. There are other agencies that also support research and development and private industry and their collaboration, such as MyTax, which is an agency that places students and other researchers into private businesses. They support about 50% of the costs of those researchers, and this helps to transfer academic knowledge and research into the private sector. So we also have a lot of direct government support for industrial R&D. I think we've heard from a number of these agencies already this weekend or this week. First and foremost, we have the Canadian government, and this tax credit program called Scientific Research and Experimental Development. So this is, I think, by far Canada's largest means of subsidizing R&D in Canada. They spend about $3 billion annually in direct support of businesses with eligible R&D programs. So, for example, if you have an eligible research program, an eligible work that qualifies, then you can get up to 62.5% of those costs reimbursed as part of a tax credit. So, obviously very important for especially early stage companies, up to like a certain point when businesses get a little bit larger, the amount of credit that you can get back goes down. But there's kind of a sweet spot up to maybe about like $2 million of revenue for these early stage R&D companies. So let's bring up my notes. So the main sort of umbrella federal agency for like funding innovation in Canada, aside from the SHRED program, is ISED, which is Innovation, Science and Economic Development Canada. Of course, we have a number of their representatives here this week. So they will spend about $500 million annually for science, R&D, and commercialization activities in Canada. And there are a number of other organizations underneath this umbrella. There are a number of agencies and a vast number of programs that take place under the ISED umbrella. And on the right side of the slide, I've just listed a few of the provincial and regional agencies that also support R&D in Canada. So there are multiple levels of agencies that are supplying Canadian businesses with R&D support. So each agency, especially at the provincial and regional level, focuses on priorities that are most relevant to their particular region and the strengths and needs of that region. So we also have a network of support for startups and independent research in Canada. So there's a vast network of tech incubators, independent research institutes, and industry associations that also support research and development in Canada. So both early stage startups and also workforce development for companies at any stage. So we also have numerous independent industry-led research institutes such as Vector Institute, CFAR are some of the examples I have here, who sort of drive the direction of Canadian research in certain target areas, like for example in AI, cybersecurity, and sustainable manufacturing. So these are some of the industry-led organizations that also provide direct support for Canadian R&D development. So I've tried to illustrate how there is kind of an integrated, multi-level technology support environment in Canada. So together we have an integrated strategic investment possibility among government, academia, and industry in Canada. So I've put also some logos of some of the most important organizations, including NGen. And they have more than $15 billion in funding mandates. So who are we? We are the Fundry. We connect innovative organizations with government funds, extending their runway through without equity loss. So what we bring to the table is that we understand the non-dilutive funding ecosystem of Canada. We understand the various agencies and their mandates. And we understand how to present complex technology and demonstrate how they synergize with particular projects and mandates of these different agencies. So we also bring to the table the ability to demonstrate how to leverage funding as part of an overall growth plan to advance your R&D in Canada and throughout the world. So many companies don't have the time to search for opportunities through this network of funding agencies. It's rather complex. There are something like 15,000 open grant opportunities in Canada at any given time. These programs are changing all the time. Mandates shift, objectives shift, and it's very difficult to for a company who's busy and engaged in R&D to keep tabs on what's going on in the funding environment. So we keep abreast of the changing funding landscape in Canada. We maintain relationships with different funding agencies, so we can get the heads up on what's coming down the line. We can keep tabs on how the priorities are changing as time goes on. And we gather business and technology information from clients and help draft their applications. So we apply our expertise with agencies and with technology directly to the drafting of applications to take that off of people's hands so they can get back to research and business development. And finally, our expertise wins more money in a competitive environment. So there's a lot of companies out there, everybody's hungry for money. It's not always easy to raise VC funding or other means of giving your business runway, but we can help businesses get more money because we understand the environment, we understand the agencies, and we understand how to present the work that's particular to each of our clients to successfully win an application. So I hope I've demonstrated how access to the Canadian technology and funding ecosystem can help de-risk your investment in cutting-edge R&D, either as a Canadian company or as a foreign firm wanting to invest in Canada through a partnership with a Canadian company performing R&D. There's so much support available for Canadian businesses that are doing truly cutting-edge technology. We have a lot of very interesting startups with exciting ideas who get support through the network that we have in Canada for early stage all the way through scale-ups and full-scale industrial research and development. Thanks very much for listening to my presentation, and it's been very nice talking to you. Thanks very much.
Hi, everybody. This is the time when I get to turn my cottage into a global product launch stage. And I'm really glad to be joined here today by one of the world's leading companies, or the world's leading company in industrial location systems technology. You know, as head of Next Generation Manufacturing Canada, we're looking at solutions that can be applied across the manufacturing sector, but that are really focusing on the next generation, not only of technology, but of the workforce. And I think what we have to show you today is really at that interface. It's helping people in manufacturing processes do their job better by using intelligent technologies. So I'm really glad to be joined today, be able to be a part of this next generation product launch for Zero Key. Zero Key, as I said, is the world's leading, by far, a factor of at least 100, the world's leading supplier of solutions around industrial location, industrial positioning. And since I'm not the expert in this case, and the CEO of Zero Key is with me today, Matt, I'm going to ask you to come up, say a few words about Zero Key and also your next generation solution. So please join me up here. Matt Lowe from Zero Key.
Is it on? There we go. Awesome. Good afternoon, everyone. As Jay said, my name is Matt Lowe. I'm co-founder and CEO of a company called Zero Key, just right over there if you wander that way. And today we're here launching Quantum RTLS 2.0. That's our second generation technology for indoor location. So RTLS stands for Real-Time Location System, for those that don't know. And Zero Key is leading the market in terms of accuracy of location by a factor of 100. A lot of people that I've talked to this week have thought it was kind of interesting that Canadian companies here in Europe launching technology when we're pretty far from home. But it's actually quite fitting. A lot of people don't know, but originally Zero Key started as a company to develop our technology to build a next generation human-machine interface. And we did that for the augmented reality and virtual reality market. We had no idea that we'd be here in the industrial space. I was actually at a conference very similar to this one in Germany, where we had a happenstance meeting with an industrial engineer who showed us the broader application of our technology. And that became our first automotive customer back in 2018. Here we are, 2024, and Zero Key works with 8 of the top 10 automotive OEMs in the world, 2 of the top 3 aerospace companies, 3 of the top 10 Fortune 100 companies, and over 22 Fortune 500 global companies. So, as they say, the rest is history, and here we are. So what we're launching today and what we're showing today is how you can digitize human-centric process and why that's important to drive value in the factory, on the shop floor, in the warehouse. How customers can run their operations better, make fewer mistakes, and add to their bottom line without necessarily having to change their operations or having to sacrifice in terms of quality or yield. So that's really what this is all about. Quantum RTLS 2.0 is the next evolution of our technology that adds additional value for our customers in terms of the types of use cases they can use the technology for, the types of data that they get out of it, and the ability to drive insights, to run their operations more intelligently. I often describe it kind of like stepping into the matrix. So we digitize the location of everything within the environment. So in a digital perspective, now you know where everything is at any given time. And that allows you to do some incredibly powerful things in terms of automate and integrate human process that traditionally hasn't been possible. If you were to walk through a factory today, maybe it's an Airbus factory, Boeing factory, and we've all seen some things in the news about Boeing recently, you'll see a lot of people at the core of those production processes. And currently, the general state of the art is that we have no idea what they're doing precisely. And this is how tools get left inside of planes accidentally. Bolts don't get torqued on cars. And ultimately, that translates to various disasters and quality problems and all sorts of costs associated with that as well. When you have a digital perspective of how that it was built in real time, you can prevent those errors from even happening in the first place. So you build it right the first time. you can also understand where are your bottlenecks so you can build it more efficiently and eliminate a lot of the things that would cause you to lose velocity when it comes to your production environment. And ultimately allows you to rethink from the ground up how you structure these environments, how you put the different pieces together of an assembly line or a supply chain environment so that you can do it more efficiently, driven by this rich, hyper-accurate data that the sensor technology offers. So it's a digital perspective of manufacturing, whereas historically we've been very hands-on physical. It allows us to get into that environment in a very powerful way and ultimately drive that value to the customer. The other thing that Quantum RTLS 2.0 does for us, it opens our architecture so that partner companies that use our technology or have supporting technologies can come together to provide even more value to the end customer. The companies like Tulip and NVIDIA that are very aggressively pursuing industrial solutions beyond the scope of what we're doing. Now ZeroKey can be a part of a holistic ecosystem that ultimately drives the value to the customer. And that's all I'm going to say on that. That's the end of the sales pitch. At the end of it, it does take a village, and we wouldn't be here without the support of many different companies and entities and organizations that have helped us along the way. NGen being one of them. We're very grateful to be a part of this booth. Thank you, Jay, for having us. And I said as well as one of the companies that's been very involved in our history. And so with that, I'd love to turn the stage over to Charles Vincent here, who's going to say a few final words.
That's great. Thanks, Matt. Really appreciate that. Bienvenue tout le monde. Merci beaucoup. A big congratulations, first of all. This is a great milestone, so really pleased for that. Ultimately, at the end of the day, Canada is a nation of innovators. And Matt and the team here are really a great example of that. At the end of the day, we're often seen as a nation that builds a lot of startups. So how do we grow and how do we build? And suddenly, you put the time, the sweat equity, and the great ideas together, and you end up with a global leading company, which, as you said, is at the center not just of a global ecosystem of companies, but an ecosystem of other innovators around you. And that's the kind of excitement that we get when we get to actually build things together, whether that's with NGen, whether that's with all the different other organizations within Canada that are building that up. And so just a quick plug, remember next year, Canada, host country. So if you're here, come back. If you're not here and you're watching this online, this is where you need to be next year, because people like Matt are here and they are the center of the ecosystem and they're the partners that you need to grow your business while you're here. Donc un grand merci à tout le monde. S'il vous plaît, revenez l'année prochaine and make sure that Hanover is the place that you're going to be coming to. So a big thanks. And finally, of course, there's going to be a demonstration over there, so don't hesitate to come over. I got to see it just before here. I think I'm going to get to try it next, so I'm really excited about that. But come on over, try it out yourself. And rumor has it there might even be some food and drink too. So, if that's the enticement that gets you over. So congratulations, a great accomplishment, and we'll look forward to seeing you all soon.
All right, thanks everyone. Feel free to help yourself to the food and the beverages over there. Look forward to seeing you at the demo too. Awesome. Thanks. Appreciate it.